Welcome back to Stationeers. This is episode 5 of my new EUROPA playthrough with 200 minutes day night cycle. So I've begun making the deep miner facility, which is already running, but there's no automatism yet. And the power solution is also very dubitable. It's just hanging from the thin thread of my main station's power supply, which is very much close to maxed out. I have secured everything with fuses. This is my little IT programming room. There are supposed to be some chips on the wall, and here's a new one that will be here, and the cable will go out there, and it will connect to that stuff out there, to the deep miner, to, well, for all the logic there, you know, centrifuges and such, which is already pretty much maxed out. How far are we right now? This is what's coming in, 2,500 watts from these, well, wind turbines. I don't want to add more to these. I want to go and add other power supply, because the goal isn't to nullify Stationeers simulation aspects, but to relish in them. And the station is currently consuming 1,600 watts with all these lights and the deep miner facility out there. I will certainly add more lights, because light is beautiful, you know. You've noticed how I'm not using the flashlight. You know, we had tunnel vision there basically the entire first episode. Oh yeah, this is my little greenhouse. Automatic light. Only potatoes so far. We're still at the very beginning. 20 hours in, or what it is. Well, I don't have any particular plans right now. I mean, the thing is, whenever you have plans with Stationeers, it will throw a curveball. For example, the deep miner facility over there. I wanted to make that in the previous episode, and I did, but I did it at the very end. That's why it's not done yet. What I did instead was redecoration. This is now an advanced, better airlock with these large powered vents. I have a second one here now also, and this one is straight. Well, this one goes around the corner. And then it turned out in that episode, something that was pretty clear anyway, but then we could actually measure and observe it, that around the corner allows you to build more stuff in the airlock, because you have more space. The cable space at the bottom is really the key here. And of course, this decoration, I didn't decorate the rest yet, because things are still a bit unclear. Okay, I don't know why, it doesn't matter. This is... Actually, this can be completely fine again. But over here we have the power solution with the wind turbines coming into these batteries. The batteries straight going into the station. I could use heavy cables here and a transformer and split this out into multiple networks. But I mean, things are already cramped as it is. So... yeah, and we're using a bit more power than we should. So one of the concerns we need to focus on now is automate the deep miner facility, and the other concern is get more power and have a proper power central. But this in turn should have proper station batteries, and currently I only have these small ones. I don't yet have the advanced alloys because I don't yet have the advanced furnace that I only just printed, but I mean, in the previous episode, I didn't do anything between episodes. So I would have to set that up. So basically that's what it is, you know, the work is cut out. I have 3 fuses here, because if one burns out, I can just replace the cable and try to fix whatever the reason was. But when it turns out then, oh, that wasn't the reason, shit, then I don't have to bother setting up new fuses, just for safety, because the entire reality here is hanging from those wind turbines, from these batteries, and from this one cable here. So yeah, these are 5 kilowatt fuses, obviously. Let's take a look around on the outside before we get into things. I'm sorry if there are occasional crackles with the microphone. That's a new phenomenon that I stumbled across 2 days ago, and then I have already ordered a new one that should arrive tomorrow. Well, that will then be an interesting adventure of finding once again how I have to mix that and equalize that, and maybe I will send it back. Who knows if it's not good? Unknown. By the way, I'm not one of the guys who keeps ordering from Amazon and then sends back. I mean, 99.9% of all the things I order, I keep. Because I find it abusive to not do so. And also, I order wisely instead of just, oh, maybe, oh, no, that wasn't good, let's send it back. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it has to be done, man. Well, everything already spray painted. Here, the one deep miner, a second one will eventually come here, I'm pretty sure, is going into this chute channel, basically. This is an overflow chute, so it goes right here, and here we have a centrifuge. It doesn't have anything in it yet, because we are very high up here, 185 meters. So the deep miner has not yet had enough time to dig its borehead down into the bedrock, which is at height 0, and then it would start pumping out dirty ore about once a minute, I think. So, and then this one will get some. And this one also. It's still off. Why? Because, well, they consume power. Is centrifuge electric centrifuge? I think it uses 100 watts, or is that 500 watts? Centrifuge. No. Yes. 100 watts. Yeah, so that's still affordable, I guess. Here, this needs to be automated. I will just toss it in. This one produces only iron. So we will have an ingot size of 3 or 5 or whatever. All of that goes in here, will then be stacked up and will then be spat into this guy, which I will then automate to spit out these 500 size ingots into this chute pipe that should then toss that into my station. Once this guy has like 5 in it, or 6 or whatever, and I can then later adjust this number higher once I feel like I'm being spammed. And eventually this guy will of course be full, and then I will have too much iron, maybe, if that's the case. See, so I have some kind of soft balancing already figured out here, and we'll see how that works out. This guy is already spray painted, yes? Made myself all the spray paints, spray guns. Yep. Okay. This is what we have so far. Best game in the world. Alright, so power and automation. Since this guy is not yet spitting out stuff and the centrifuge would also take some time before it's actually full, I think the first concern should be power, but I realize we are already on day 5, even though we are at 200-minute day-night cycle. So yeah, that's actually a way for us to calculate how long I have been playing here. That would be 1000 minutes, right? Wait, 200-minute day-night cycle, 5th day is beginning, the sun is already up. Over there, in that starless area, that's Jupiter. The sun will eventually come out here, and then we will see the sickle of Jupiter being lit from the side, or from the back, rather. Because the sun is bigger than Jupiter, yes, didn't you know? Yeah, but this guy, I want to protect that from the storm. Let's see if we can make that happen just quick, so that gets some impression of how long that will take. I made an effort to light the station well enough that we don't need the flashlight indoors at all, and I have done that in previous playthroughs, of course, also, since I'm already like 1,000 hours into my experience of this wonderful creation. Thank you, Dean Hall, thank you, and thank you again for the millions that you invested in this, while ultimately paying into it, because it is not profitable. Okay, here we go. Steel frames. And steel sheets? How many steel sheets do I have? There are some extra steel sheets for welding. I don't need that many. No. Only the foundation will be steel frames. Around I will build walls, and I will evacuate that box so that the atmosphere inside is very different from the planetary atmosphere. I don't know why Rocketworks implemented it like this, and I hope they eventually fix that, because yeah, I consider that something that indeed is broken and requires a fix. That fixing, as in bug, is indeed the correct term. That the game will interpret atmosphere inside a room that is very similar to planetary atmosphere to be actual outdoor storm, like atmosphere when there's a storm, just because it is so similar to the planetary atmosphere. I mean, I find that bonkers. How hard can it be to check whether a certain world box is part of a room or not? I think I can also weld from here. Oh, come on. This is not happening. Really? That little bit of wind already blew the guy about. That's not good, man. But okay, if it happens in this direction, then it also happens in another, right? Maybe I can utilize that. Yeah, well, I should place some batteries here. I mean, I have a battery charger, but it's no good if there's no battery inside. Let's just make 2 large batteries. I think I can afford that now. Need more copper. Meanwhile, let's swap this one for that one. Why do I have an area power controller there? Because it's the fastest charger in the game, 1000 watts. This one is 500 watts each, and this one is 400 watts each. Right. Bleh. Actually, no, 800 watts extra should be fine. Man, it doesn't look good here. It doesn't. Please don't fall over. Oh, that's what's going on. I can actually fix that by removing this one. Oh. Can I though? Oh man. Oh man! Oh, there seems to be some kind of upjoint cheat that they have. I don't know if that's an official term, but that's how it was called in True Vision 3D, in which I had dabbled a bit trying to make a 3D game or two. The lander's in the way. Do I have to put it one floor below still? Man, I didn't go about this right. I should have dug down, built the foundation, and then... But okay, now this is eternal. That's what it is now.
Power low.
This is insane. Hey, I could actually luck this guy over here by placing some dirt with the terrain manipulator thing. And that should work, no? I have to try that. Oh, thank you. That's cool that we can do this now at this place. No, that's not necessary. I don't need to go here. Yeah, too bad. I don't have any way of knowing if the microphone is completely crapping out here. If we have some constant crackling and you can't hear a word or whatever. That's something that happened during a test video or two, but not in my long recordings. But yeah, it was really due time for me to get a new mic. Days before now, I didn't have that problem. It's really a new problem. It's not like I was lazy and thought, yeah, let's keep it like this, maybe I'm lucky. No, it's really a new phenomenon. I was thinking about getting a new one for a while, but never really, you know, was able to make up my mind, basically, which one I want. Interesting. This displaces atmosphere. Yeah, I would dig here now, but we know what will happen then, so let's not do that. Is this... No, it's not. Cool. Oh, I don't have enough stages. I didn't expect to use this many, really not. Still charging, okay, so I can take a look at the overall burden that we have here on the station. Coming in is 500 watts, going out is 2,500 watts. We do actually have a power problem here. I'm using too much electricity. That is something that hasn't happened yet during my... Oh, look at that. During my experience here. What's the most reasonable way to deal with this then? Well, I have tons of coal. I could set up the solid fuel generator. There it is. Haha. And just toss in a stack of coal. That would keep me afloat for a while. Oh yeah, and these? There is my coal thing. See, we have enough coal. And do I have cables? Yeah, heavy ones even. Good. But do I have to place a place to put this? Funny enough, I do. This guy could be placed exactly here, as if it's made for that, which it wasn't. I don't like to obstruct the view here, but I mean, we're not getting much view there, so let's just use this place then. Yeah, that's ideal. Lucky me. So, immediate power problem solved. Aha. Oh, that didn't have any effect.
Hydration critical.
I want to make the terrain manipulator thing and see if that helps. If that can actually be used as a trick. I hope it doesn't have the opposite effect. But I can slowly place things and therefore displace less air, and then afterwards drill fast for fast effect. I know the pressure in here is too high. I never did anything here to the atmosphere other than make the box, drop some volatiles, set it on fire, remove the pollutant, and that's why we have this pressure here. Plus, of course, the gas that I breathed and then just released into the station atmosphere. That's why the plants are not optimally growing, but I mean, still thriving, thriving, thriving. I think we should harvest some. I could sell this stuff. This now, of course, deteriorated them a bit unnecessarily, but I have enough. Terrain manipulator. Steel electrum invar solder. Here we go. Need more steel, need invar. Do I really not have invar? I know that I have invar, but maybe I used it all up. Though that's unlikely. When does that ever happen, that you accidentally use the exact amount that still exists? Maybe it rolled somewhere? You might say, well, why don't you clean up? If you have seen the video series so far, because I've done everything and anything else the whole time. I mean, busy, 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 you know? I seem to not have any more in... Oh, there it is. That and more steel, huh? I'm pretty sure I have steel. I mean, I made a bunch. Otherwise, I can just, you know, make more. It's not a problem. Yeah, with stackers, the whole thing becomes a bit more tedious. I will soon program these so that they turn on automatically when you turn on a manufactory and that they turn off automatically, but first toss out what they have. I could also actually set up a stacker that is meant purely for splitting things. Maybe I should do this soon. Oh, right. Yeah, this is where I get my oxygen.
Critical.
Straight from the atmosphere, so that should lower the overall pressure in here somewhat. Will of course also reduce the amount of oxygen, but then again I will release my CO2 in the station, and we have some plants here. And I will add some plants later, I guess. To get oil, to make French fries and such, who knows. Haven't done that yet. In my 2000 hours, hilarious. Alrighty. And if this guy would ever overshoot, I have a 1000, it goes to 18,500 or to 8,500 for a small canister. If it would overshoot by more than 1,000, like 19,500, if it's more than that, this guy would kick in and suck it empty. So if I now put in, I don't know, this one here for example, no, I shouldn't, then I would pollute the system. Which is not a problem, because I have this here, which just targets it to emptying everything. And I intend actually to publish the source code for all of this crap. Not that you haven't seen it on screen, that's not the point, but yeah, let's not talk about that IntelliJ project again right now. IntelliJ is an integrated development environment. Terrain manipulator, and now we need the canisters too. Huh. Dirt canister, at least one. So how are we looking? Batteries are pretty full, even though there was only one stack of coal, almost full stack of coal. That's impressive, man. The 20 kilowatts. See, I mean, some people agree with me, and I mean, like, it's okay. I don't know if it's a majority thing. How I don't know the entire community, even though I've been part of it for like 2 years now. But this thing should definitely be nerfed. 20 kilowatts is way too much. And even on the moon in the vacuum, it should at least need some atmosphere and stuff, you know, to burn. But it doesn't. Anyway. Okay, let's get some dirt then. By putting this here. Not there, here. And using the mining drill. You see that the canister is filling. Okay, now it's full. Now we can try that. That would be pretty cool. By the way, if that works, then it would be the second nice, well, displacement trick that I would have, in quotation marks, discovered. Again, I don't know everyone or everything, so... but I mean, imagine something falls down. For example, you have laid a cable and then some object falls into the cable crossing or whatever. If you do this...
Airtag critical.
That works even inside the station. That will be kicked away. And now I will try a similar thing in regards to this guy and air displacement. Yeah, I'm actually having this pneumatic mining drill with me because I wanted to occupy that slot, so that not all the time somehow something that I right mouse button click teleport into my inventory is suddenly no longer findable, and I'm like, okay, let's analyze the save game file and stuff like that on video. And every time it is somewhere in my inventory, probably here. So this shall not happen. Oh, it needs a battery, sure. Why didn't I think of that? Aha, we see the air streaming away indeed. So this does seem to be a potentially viable way to convince the lander that its current location is not the way, not where it should be. Yeah. Well, it seems to work in principle, but it was surprisingly weak. Oh, let's try again then. Okay, screenshot. The canister is not shown in the icon view, so that's visually wrong. I always keep reporting bugs when I find them in my playthrough videos, so I can do that later now that I have a screenshot. Yeah, that's... Oh, wait, I can do the opposite. I can just push it by placing some stuff here. Oh! Why did no one tell me? So, yes, we found something new, I guess. Uh-huh. Huh. Success! This is working out, man. I didn't expect this. Okay, we'll just expand it in this direction a little bit. Then I can remove these ones, which are dubitable anyway, since this is the exit airlock. Where am I supposed to go? Into this field and then straight on? No. I mean, there would be like a museum thing here. No, it should be here. So it's good if I can remove these. Cool. But the lander's in the way. Hold my beer. Oh my god. I didn't expect it to kick that hard. Oh man. The situation has not particularly improved. What? This thing is playing cat and mouse with me. Huh. Dude, no! What, has anyone ever seen the bottom? I have. Now you have seen it too. So it has an up joint towards which it then slowly tries to go. There are so many stupid bugs in this game, man. I mean, for the ones new to this, I keep saying that rocket works are awesome and so forth and so on, and that's true. But, dude, the bugs that are so unnecessary in this game. They always go like to 80% and then that's it. And then they move on to the next topic. So, how much terrain manipulator stuff do I have left? Not enough, so let's drill a little. Hopefully I can get this show on the road, because, man, it could fly anywhere. Right. You are fucking shitting me. this is not happening. I should have saved, you know, because that, I think, is one of those situations that warrant just reloading. Because, you know, I mean, the implementation of these mechanics, of these physics, is just nothing to do with realism. I'm not optimistic here, man. Strike that, I am. Oh, the next hole. No! Not in this direction. Yeah, but I came prepared.
Suit damage.
We're all waiting, man. This shouldn't take this long. This whole sequence of me just building a case around this guy. Or you go over there, that's fine too, I guess. Didn't know we could toss this thing around so easily.
Power low.
You know what? Why shouldn't I just put this thing on the roof? I mean, the roof is completely empty, there's nothing here yet. And it cannot be used as a foundation for frames and such, for frame devices like a printer and such, because those need an actual frame. Why shouldn't I just put this thing on the roof? And that's then indeed my station. I mean, when I see this beacon, I know, okay, this thing is next to my station, so if I go here, I will be at home. But no, this thing is exactly where my station is now. Didn't expect this to be... have I just roofied this thing? I mean, it's on the roof. Yeah, I would say let's just build some walls, and then I can possibly displace it further. How many walls do we need? 1, 2... 3, I think 4. So that'll be high.
Hydration critical.
By the way, after all these shenanigans, does this thing still work as a tracker? As a beacon? It should, I mean, so far it did. And, by the way, home sweet home. Okay, before I do anything else, let's case this guy up so that it doesn't fly around. No digging, no nothing, just precautions. That's wild. It's so heavy, it cannot be standing on the roof. Have you seen this thing flying around? Okay, we can switch to a little bit more lively soundtrack, I guess. Or let's first check this one out. Okay, this one then? Yep. Oh, suit power? No. Okay, we have walls. 6, that's not enough. And we need plastic sheets for those. We have 50, that's good. 40 here, all very promising. I want to use glass walls to wall this guy up. So we need lots of glass, so in other words I will burn through a lot of silicon here. Let's make sure that we have that silicon available then, when the need arises. But first walls, because those are wholly not optional. Steel, guess what? Okay. Yeah, this explosive decompression thing is of course not the best approach, but I guess lowering the station pressure, which is advisable anyway, is the most reasonable way to go about this for now. Later I should have proper airlocks. We just heard the clank sound of some silicon dropping to the ground because the smelt is done. Yet another one, okay. That's kind of what I measured. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 4. Too bad I don't have anything interesting to say right now. I mean, I have a bunch of interesting things to say, but those I have said oft times. So, I mean, I already sound like a broken record in this regard. Don't have to push it to the very max, huh?
Jetpack low. Jetpack low.
Jetpack low.
Jetpack low.
Well, the cheapest thing available on this world is oxygen, of course. Then I should just take the station oxygen, which is warmer as the surrounding oxygen, I know, but heating is easy, and fill my jetpack with that.
Jetpack low.
How low is it then? Oh, very low, okay. Let's close some things up. Oh, didn't bring the glass. Ah, come on. Okay, we have some walls here. I think I should not bother with glass. And, oh, with gas. How do we do this? I would say I have an empty tank here, smart canister, that I can just use here. Lowers the station pressure, nice balance. The only thing wrong about using this one is that it's warm.
Jetpack critical.
No more. Don't need the shoes right now. And steel? Well, it doesn't really matter. Or does it? Those I also don't need. And plastic I do need. And we should make more glass, because I will need more glass. Go. So I want to make sure now that everything that I've built here is a closed up window before I continue making more windows. I mean, I shouldn't have done it as chaotically as I did. I know. But maybe I can catch up and make it systematic now somehow. Though the way to go definitely would have been first you make all the the window frames, and then you put in the plastic and the glass. Because it's a two-hand job, plastic and glass. It's a hand job. It's a two-hand job. Hey, are these the wrong way around? No. No more glass. Glass is so expensive. Should definitely open up a deep miner region at some point that only delivers silicon. Okay, more then. More. This is one of those moments when the fact that I've recently switched my graphics settings of Stationeers to temporal anti-aliasing comes negatively into play. So it's not the video recording, it's not the compression, it is indeed the rendering that is looking a bit washed out when I move. So we cannot see the nice grid of the windows. Okay, everything should now be equalized. I will later do a crowbar run to check them all. That will be relatively fast. Will take like 2 minutes maybe. Okay, windows. Walls, yeah, same thing. Looking good. So, want to complete the roof. So much for the roof. Okay, nearly done. It's not that much work actually. Except for you, because watching this is probably boring. Yeah, but you can skip. And apparently this time I don't have anything interesting to say, so why not skip? Maybe I'm just making room in the collective audience mind right now by saying such a thing. For actually interesting things, which will then not run into the potential, well, obnoxious,
Filter low.
I don't know, negative reception, and so forth, and so forth.
Hydration critical.
I need more materials. Plastic. Okay, ready for new shenanigans. How many walls do I have? 12. Is that enough? I'm not sure. I will see, we'll see. That's a weird problem to have. This shall be the official entrance/exit. Okay, I think we have everything except of course the entrance. Let's do a check. Obviously these are all closed. Okay, mission accomplished. Now let's try to move this guy over a bit. Then I will install some equipment for evacuation, and, well, then this should be safe from the storm that will eventually come. No, that's just a different corner. I wanted it to be not in a corner. Also, it really looks woefully inadequate like this. That could work. That could work. Oh, I guess it's empty, huh? Yeah, okay, it's not ideal, but I mean, will I get it into the actual center somehow? Maybe I can actually take some portable scrubber thing or so and lock the scrubber or the crate, for example, a crate. Let's try a crate. Let's see what happens. Because most games have this physics bug where the object itself is too heavy for you, but if you just take another object that is not too heavy and push the too heavy object with it, suddenly you can create some motion. Yeah, a crate. I have some. And, well, I don't need the walls right now, but it was pretty good to have them when I needed them, and I wouldn't need walls in the future.
Waste tank caution.
So let's print those then. Oh, and this one also. Empty. It's pretty fucked up that the hard suit, which is actually the suit I'm wearing right now, right? No, oh, I still have the aviation, okay. That this does also have a pump limit for its waste tank that is the same as for the EVA suit. I mean, should it be a bit like more advanced, more strong? Oh, apparently Stationeers does not have this bug. Interesting. Oh, that's a way. Uh-huh. The moment I let go of it, there's some kind of sudden... well, physics teleportation situation going on. Ah, so I take this thing and I toss it. I take this thing and I toss it. And I take this thing...
Power low.
When it's inside, that has a pushing effect. I'm only pushing myself here. And I think I should open this already in anticipation of my suit breaking. Huh. Maybe it only moved because the crate was lodged between the wall and the lander. And that was then the solution that the game found for this situation. Yeah, but it's okay. The placement is okay. I just wish I could move it over slightly, because really centered would be better. Hey, wait. Was it just moved? Did it just move further? Alright, that shall be it. Now let's remove all this crap. What? I mean, why? This is a foundation for a room. I don't know what room to make here yet. Electricity, for example, but maybe there would be a better place to put that. Why remove it? Oh. A wild idea appears. This guy should also be saved. And for that I happen to have the foundation. Can this be moved? Well, let's try the gun then, which can move any mountain, it appears. How full is the battery? Oh, still very. That was the right idea. I don't like this at all. It is now as far away as it was, only in the wrong direction. Sure, why not? This is not happening. It's not a rendering issue, you know? That over there is not, like, view distance. That's, I'm on a mountain. Fuck it. Too bad, I have to, you know, accept that this thing's lost. Sad. Sad face, and I am actually not accepting of this. That's the lander landing. What is this thing called even? Man, I wish I could check the video. Oh, actually I can. New video format. One moment, please. And here we go again. That was actually a longer break. Check the forum, YouTube comments, da 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 da. Yeah, and also was looking for the for this landing capsule thing. It's not in the Stationpedia for whatever reason, and so I cannot just spawn that in, which I would indeed now have done. Now I'm thinking about making a little box over there, you know? That's as a little side project. Down the mountain. But, okay, we need an active vent here to empty this, and it needs to pump to the outside. And how do I power it? Well, there's power here, right here in the station.
Filter low.
Yeah, that message is not new, so check that out. So how are we looking? What's happening here? That's enough. I will need steel walls at some point. But the amount is certainly finite. Okay, next steps. Active vent, passive vent, cabling, and how do I get in this box to check it out? To check out whether it's empty? I don't. I can just cut off the active vent, of course. So I should do that in a place where I have access to the cable. So basically, not here. What am I saying? I can just easily, you know, just cut here and make it just a horizontal cable like it is right now. Yeah, that's feasible. Oh, let's do that. Yeah. Yep. All this chaos. Passive vent? I'm sure there's an active vent here. There is one too, actually. Glass sheet is available. So, Operation Evacuate the motherfucking shit can be kicked off. Steel frames. Iron sheet? No. Steel sheets. Is that all the steel sheets I have? Because I think I should print some. Should I? If I do this now, it will blow through the entire stack of steel. No, let's not do that. And if I indeed... Okay, let's first do this thing so that I have my hands free. And if I indeed go over there and then build a box around that, around the landing capsule far away from the station, just to keep it around, that actually also needs to be evacuated, as the storm will destroy it. So we put this in here, because sucking is super effective for an active vent. Then we switch to inward, and that's it then. Can I measure the pressure in there? Well, for that I would need another passive vent, which I have not yet available. Well, let's print one then. We need an area power controller to power the... Do I? No. What I can do with that little box that I want to make there is I can just set some volatiles on fire, because if that doesn't change the atmosphere significantly enough, then I shouldn't bother. So that's the plan then. Need a passive vent. And that's... Here we have walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take a few more walls with me. And plastic sheets, else I cannot close up those walls. And eating and drinking is also advisable.
Anti-critical.
Room temperature 38 degrees. Okay, I have to drop a word again on Stationeers development. It's very warm in here. Do I experience that in any way? No, obviously not. I'm looking at a screen that is flat, that is pretending to show me something three-dimensional, and I'm listening to audio. And that's all. But, I mean, there could certainly be some expression of warmth. I mean, if my helmet is open, I should feel that the room is warm, and then there could be some kind of reddish vignette or something. Something could be there. You might say, well, if the air is like 100 degrees, then you will see the air wafting around, you know, or like, I don't know what the term is. Can't think of it right now. When it's so blurry, when it's distorted. But that's way too hot. I mean, this right now should already give me that feeling of it being too warm or too cold when the temperature is low. That's not in here. I mean, it's a cool simulation. The game is wonderful, but those primary experience fronts, they have still not been tackled by the devs, and I object to that. It's just not right, man. Just not right. I made a video about that about a year ago, I think. That was titled something Primex, like as in primary experience, where I used some video tricks to demonstrate what that would look like if there would be some visualization. For example, when you open your helmet on the moon. There should not just be, well, I open the helmet, I eat something, I close the helmet, I move on with my life, but there should be some visual effects. And I simulated that. Also on Europa, when it's super cold and then you get some sound like the ice is crystallizing. Let's see if the pressure is falling. Oh. Great. Well, now that I have the smart canister, I can actually crank up the power of my jetpack, which will then allow me to persist in place, despite the airflow here. Okay, pipe network, we have 19 kilopascals, and eventually we should have none. No kilopascal whatsoever. Could have brought my mining backpacks, actually, to take some stuff with me on the way back, but I have some space, so... Before I weld anything, let's put some walls up. So, a 5x5 room. If I toss down on Europa 4 volatiles and set them on fire, that will reach a temperature of about 27 degrees. Here we have a not 5x5 but 3x3x2, so that is 18, whereas the 5x5 is 25. So I think that we should actually manage with 3 volatiles. That should heat the room up good. With a little downside that I have to do that quasi from the outside. Oh, can I... Oh, I don't have anything with me that can actually set the air on fire. That's not good. And I don't have enough walls with me? Well, that's good then, because then I can bring them on my way back. Oh, what's happening? Okay, now let's weld something before I forget that. I think I forgot to place a frame. Nope, just didn't weld them yet. Okay, now the missing walls, and actually this one should be open so I can run out quickly. For when I set the air on fire. And I should also bring a passive vent so I can measure from the outside what the temperature is in here. By the way, no, this doesn't work. Because the sun will heat this up, and it will just keep heating up and keep heating up more and more until eventually the pressure is so high that the walls will blow out, and then this whole building is useless, and then this thing will be destroyed. I have to evacuate this. It's the only way. Huh. Annoying. Good thing I didn't do this before, because guess where this thing would be now? Right here. Oh yeah. Plastic. Count me in. That looks much more interesting now. Haha. Iron copper solder. Oh man. 1 gram of iron. That happened. Two only? Okay, whatever. So, split half. I don't need this anymore, but I need, oh, I have extra gold. Need a passive vent. No more frames required. More walls. Passive vent. And, well, active vent also, of course. And the frame rate could be better. Well, everything is cranked up to the max except for some very specific settings. Well, I need 2 to find out what the gas is inside. So that can suck it empty then. I would need cables. Cables I have. I would need a battery, a charged one, which then is lastingly gone. So let's make a battery. Or 2. Oh, only 1. Gold and steel. Okay, let's do that when it's really, really necessary. Or should I just put a solar panel there and let the sun do the thing? No, that wouldn't be in time for the storm. Okay, this is then for sucking that empty. 2 active. Yeah, that's what's necessary. Oh, and no, I don't need to set the air on fire. That plan is no longer a plan. Still have to clean up all these accidents, but that doesn't have priority. Yeah, now that the jetpack is cranked up to maximum, this immediately breaks me in the air. I immediately stop. Okay. First thing should be the area power controller. And yeah, let's close up the ceiling. Then... how do I do this? Oh well, just install the area power controller. That's it. Battery goes in and is therefore now being discharged by the cold. Let's check if all walls are closed.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, I can see it like this. The ceiling is all honeycomb. So... one cable. One active vent. A passive vent to release all of that. And one on the inside, so I can measure what is the situation. And that's it. Pipe network, 16, 17, 15, 14 kilopascals. I think we can actually wait this out here. One Pascal. I didn't place that passive vent correctly. I should have put it in a different corner. Because soon it will show me no pressure when there's still pressure in there. Things need to equalize. Interesting that the pascals go up again so often, or am I misreading this? I mean, now they don't, but before I thought they did. Man, the battery's still very full. Almost done. Yeah, there's one thing I can do. When this is done, I can I can just do this now. I will turn off the power controller and then we can see, there's still some pascals here. So the air can spread out evenly, so I will not be diluted by that box happening to be empty from the active vent. Yep. Pipe network, no pressure. Turning off. And let it equalize for a moment. Pipe network, no pressure. So apparently the room is now completely evacuated. I can take all these things with me again. I mean, why not? Did this actually just... Wasn't there just some pixel motion here as if gas is being moved? Maybe I was hallucinating that. Anyway, so let's dismantle everything again. Not everything, just these installations here. This, now it's over, now we can no longer evacuate it. I hope that was good enough. Active vent, yeah, I was wondering, what am I doing? Huh. Yeah, of course. Okay, saved from the storm. Let's go home. Meanwhile, the station, well, that should now also be evacuated, I think. And basically I can now remove all of the assemblies there also. But I don't know, I'm gonna leave them up. It's not gonna make much difference. So where's that passive vent? Here it is. Here we have pipe network 68254. Oh, it's still not, no. 68254, and here we have pipe network. Hello? Oh, here, yeah, of course. 68283, and according to it, the room is now evacuated. Didn't I just see air streaming? I did, didn't I? I will leave it on for a while longer and then that's it. So with that annoying stuff out of the way, though I mean this lander thing, I wanted to do that for the longest time, now that is finally accomplished. We can think about the power supply question. Since I don't yet have other means of... I mean, I don't yet have the advanced furnace, I will go for like a couple of simple station batteries. Let's make 4. We need 80 grams of steel for this. Wait, there's nothing in there? What? Yeah, there is something in there. Steel. And that's enough steel. And then tons of gold. Ideal. How much gold do we need for this one? 20 grams. Okay. So 4 batteries is 80 grams. There we go. Oh, tons more copper. Yeah, shit. $20 grams, 84. Yeah, that should work. That should work exactly. So let's deal with health. Oh, someone is growing poorly towards seeding. Poorly? Why? Enough CO2. Oh, it's too hot in here. Yeah, okay. As an immediate measure, I will... well, what's the best way to deal with this? I could just let some oxygen in, but we already have enough pressure in here. I don't want to lose the atmosphere that we have. So I just want to exchange thermal energy then. Where could I install the cooling assembly? Where is reasonably some space for that? No, this is the electronics room. Or should I make the cooling assembly here on this side? It's not central enough. Also, maybe they will be separated by an airlock. It should be here in this room somewhere. Here we have some atmospherics. Maybe it should be here, on this wall. Between the buildings. Yeah, that makes sense. How many batteries do we have? Pipes. Need some more. And those could be insulated pipes or non-insulated, doesn't really matter. As long as I also have radiators.
Waste tank caution.
Oh. That could have been better placed.
Power low.
This is one of the most fun parts of Stationeers, is playing with atmospherics. Okay, let's first get a passive liquid drain, because that will probably come into play here. And then pump in some station atmosphere. So right this moment the cooling has already begun. I know it's very weak, but it's happening. 4 megapascals, the liquid stuff is coming out, pressure is good. Now let's install some pipes on the outside. And also some radiators, I guess. Pressure out there is very low, isn't it? How low is it? Yeah, of course, it's exactly behind the wall. No, it's not there. It's down there. Did I actually see that just now? Yeah, there. The pipe network is showing minus 149 degrees and 43 kilopascals, so it's relatively high pressure. In other words, oh, that's completely not my intention. And that's a bug, I think, because look here, when I click to get the battery. Oh no, okay. I thought I had some kind of click-through effect. Okay, 40 degrees still. We need some radiators of the convection kind. How many? I don't know. Let's make a few then. Which needs some steel that I don't have. Oh, there's some steel in here. Nice. Okay, next question. We have a lot of stuff that we need to store in places. Here we have the water, which is already down to 57 liters, but that's still fine. Filters are a bit low, and we need to dispose of garbage. I could make a garbage opening here, though that's too risky. I might accidentally toss something inside of it. Could be one that I have to explicitly click on then. An active one. Those exist, right? I've never used them. Nice. So for whatever power shenanigans we want to do, we now have some what's the word for it? Batteries. Yeah. Right, I just wanted to fly across the station, but now it actually becomes faster to fly around it. Lol. Oh, I should take a look at the deep miner. It should by now actually have produced something. Aha, we see some thermal energy exchange, which causes a pressure change, which in turn sends the air a little bit around here. Oh, okay. That doesn't sound good at all. Why is that happening? I have a passive liquid outlet. I don't get it. So it's at minus 100-ish degrees, and now there's only oxygen and nitrogen in there. So I guess the problem was that the onslaught of cold versus the amount of CO2 liquefying, that just didn't work out, I guess, the timing. Okay, yeah, is something being centrifuged? Yes, processing dirty ore. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, this one is actually also has some ore to process. Interesting. Yeah, we already have 400 grams of iron here, man. Not bad, not bad. From one deep miner. Yeah, there's supposed to be an airlock here, and then we will expand later. Let's deal with the... Oh, maybe I can clean this up just now. water. Okay, now let's deal with the cooling. I think the station might already have cooled down by a degree, even though the pipes do not conduct that much thermal energy without a radiator, because it is so very cold. $40 so. Wonder what the pressure is inside. Damage at 19%. That's how damaging that was. Wow. Let's just rebuild that pipe, I guess. And that's cheating. I mean, did you just hear something? No. So what's the pressure inside? It was about 4 megapascal earlier, now we had 800 kilopascals because it cooled down so very much. The CO2 is instantly freezing. Wow. So if I want to actually use this, I need to pump in pure oxygen or pure nitrogen. Huh. Or alternatively, I slap on the radiators from the inside, and then the temperature will not drop this much, but it's still a gamble. The nitrogen is liquefying? Are you kidding me? Oh, right. When the pressure is high enough. Yeah, that's one programmer sin that I have learned to no longer commit. Why is this reacting here? Yeah, okay, makes sense. Over a megapascal, nitrogen will liquefy. Wow. Anyway, let's do something redonkulous and put one radiator here. Immediately the temperature nosedives, at least in this little corner of the world. The temperature in the pipe is increasing incredibly when I do this. Even more so, I assume. Yep. Yeah, cooling down the station. How do I get some proper gas in this thing? I could use a volume pump and well, of course, could just have a pipe here, put some nitrogen in, and that's easy. What I could do is, first I evacuate this pipe section entirely. I put a nitrogen filter in here, I get a canister with some nitrogen from the atmosphere here. Then I use a canister holder to pipe that into some pipe, remove the canister holder or just the canister, then we have some nitrogen reserves here. That I can pump over with a volume pump whenever I need it. Though how do I pump it out again? So that would have to be a turbo volume pump then, whose direction you can change. I can print those now. Well, sounds like a plan. Not much nitrogen. Oh, that's enough for this. Definitely enough for this. Well. Oh, no iron? I mean, I have tons of iron, but... Oh, there it is. Oh, I can no longer pass. That's not good. I guess when there would when the floor would be here, I could still walk here, right? Or not? Maybe this one needs to be turned around. Actually, that's no longer needed at all, once I indeed go for nitrogen entirely.
Hydration critical.
Or is it? I mean, nitrogen can also liquefy. It wouldn't be the worst thing to just let that seep back into the station. That would have an immediate cooling effect. A very strong one, I guess. So that should be empty now. It is not, for reasons. Oh, right, the indoor pressure. That again. Oh, I have an idea. Actually, do I? Yeah, I do. There's still pressure in there. Did I not set the... Oh, right. I only do that one time. When the program starts. Ah, that worked. Nice. Pipe is now empty. Well, let's gather some nitrogen. In the canister that I have a nitrogen canister lying around here somewhere for my jetpack. There. That is already evacuated. That is standard procedure. What is the nitrogen concentration in my station doing right now? Going down, yeah, but how much? Don't want to lose all of it. Yeah, that's enough. I don't want to risk over pressurization by overheating. 23 degrees. Temperature in here is very reasonable right now. And currently the cooling thing is inert because... Oh, is it? Yeah, it is, because there's no gas inside the pipe. Right? If there's no gas inside the pipe, then the pipe should not have any convection stuff and such going on. No, indeed. I mean, there's no material-based thermal energy transfer in this game yet. Maybe that comes one day. And some more carbon dioxide filters. Oh, that's coincidental. Four new filters already. Okay, so for the future I would need a turbo volume pump, or just small two volume pumps. I could also use those in both directions, you know. I mean, both is appropriate, and turbo volume pump seems a bit aggressive, but I mean, why not? That's then me not overhearing, I mean, not missing that the system is kicking in. Gold electrolyte. And again, I have to drink. This one pumps to the left into the pipe. No, that's not wise. If that's not insulated, I will have constant heat bleeding. Also, I'm just considering to maybe use a inline tank, because if I'd have this curved pipe here and then just the canister, no, that's not good. So let's make two pipe utilities. Insulated. Utility. Actually, one insulated, one not. Actually, not two, because I want a big tank. The insulated pipe utility does not have the canister holder, because the canister holder is just a device. Devices do not have a volume. So let's see, that would be the canister holder that supplies the system with gas in the first place. Okay, not like this. Damn. Also another convenience thing that's really missing. Why is this not deconstructed in the way that I just used it? Yeah, nice. It's even the right setup. That's pretty cool, except for the color, but the color comes last. Here is my cooling solution. Should I already decorate this part of the floor? I mean, this will stay like this. It has been established as working properly. Where are the flat walls? Here we go. I want to see just in how much trouble I am here. Ah, it still works. Can still walk past this. I wonder, I mean, let's find out. Let's do some Stationeers science. What happens if I turn this one around? Can I then indeed no longer walk past? It looks like it. I mean, the bounding box is asymmetric. So if I rotate this... Haha. Too bad this doesn't actually drop down. I mean, it would be cool if we had some kind of actual droplets in Stationeers, which we don't have. What we do have is these in-world water thingies and the visualization of large water blobs flying over to the next field until we can see the actual water in here too. But I mean, drops coming down. That would give it a very interesting, well, engineering feeling, I think, when there's water or liquid like dropping down here, and then, you know, that would be cool. So, what pipe pressure do we have here? 1 megapascal in 280 liters. And here we have 80 liters, which is less than 1/3. And so we would have more than 3 times the pressure. So that would be about 5 megapascal. If you pump all of that over, of course I have to remove the canister first before testing this, because else this here would equalize with the canister, so more gas would be in here than I just measured. So that should be 5 megapascals. Let's see. Oh, right. Oh, crap. I don't have... Oh, man. Crap. I can't connect the power like this. It was so nice. It was working out so neatly. Oh. Now what do I do? Can put this on the ceiling. Yeah, that's the only way then. Ah, here we go. Okay, it would pump in that direction.
Hydration critical.
Ah, solved. Now we need to power it and data it, though the programming comes later. That's the best way to get power to this. Yeah. So we should get about 5 megapascals in there. Pressure in here is a bit lower now because we have more pipes. 300 liters capacity. Oh, wait. We have 100 liters capacity now. And here we have 300. So the factor 3 comes into play. 1, 2, 3. 4.2 should be 4.2 megapascals. Wait, actually, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4.2. Oh, there's still something left. Why do we only have 3 megapascals? Because of the temperature. I forgot the temperature. I forgot that the temperature would also drop. And the pipe is empty. And now we have this very cool atmosphere in here. Interesting. That this might lead to cooler and cooler nitrogen over time, the more often this is used. An engineering problem emergeth. I mean, solution would be to just have a passive liquid drain here also on this side, or just not to insulate this stuff. I believe the former is better. Didn't I have one extra here, or did I use all of them up? I guess I need to print a new one. Okay. I hope this actually empties itself into the station, which I think the asymmetric bounding box insinuates will actually happen. But will it? Well, there's only one way to find out, I guess. Reasonably. To just wait what happens over time. Minus 25 degrees. 24. It seems like in here it is insulated, even though we can see its naked surface. It doesn't seem to have any contact with the world. Yeah, but though it's better to remove it from there because that thing can explode. Pipes can only burst. Now I have an overflow of potatoes. Anyway, so next step would be, I guess, to automate the cooling. What's the mining backpack doing here? I just kicked it over, huh? what's with this canister? I think that was a waste canister for a moment, and then I emptied it in the station so it has some station atmosphere inside. Let's keep that around. What's this? That's garbage. Oh well, so what's with the power? Okay, the power is very low. I can just burn some more coal, for which we are prepared. But I need to find a better solution. Also, I need to find some kind of storage room, some way to store things. And I need to automate the deep miner. So I could have an airlock here that leads to the next section, and the next section could be power control. And power control being next to, or like the power room, next to the logic room, that seems actually that like it makes sense. Because the logic stuff, which controls everything here, doesn't work at all without power. Not that it is currently connected to, you know, that power, it's connected to this power. And I also need a storage room where I can store stuff. We already have this here, which could be used a bit more, you know, and I think that's actually the way to go. The fuel is not necessarily the best. This is not the best place for fuel. And this, well, if I could remove this from here, that would be good, but I can't. We'll have to place it in the air, basically. Is it feasible? So this goes around the corner, then we have one pipe piece with a liquid stuff, then we have one... Oh no, I have to place it on a wall. I cannot just let it levitate in the air, even though it is connected to a pipe. So if I use a cheat to place that in the air, that is legitimate. Let's see. Can I place a wall here? Nope, it's not in the exact right spot. Damn. But I mean, it would be connected to a pipe, and so that should then mechanically hold it. So I wouldn't consider that cheating. Plastic sheets. Do we have an active vent here? An extra vent? Power controller, there should be one. Yeah, well, this one. Cannot be placed there, though. What about this? Or just on the ceiling while we're at it. And will I expand the cooling? Well, the cooling is pretty much strong enough. This pipe can go away. So let's do away with the wall again. First I have to investigate what the cable would be. Not in this direction, in this direction, yes. Ah, okay. That's all then. Need more cables. Well, if at all, then the pipe would have to go into this dimension, because the other is just occupied. So here goes a pipe, here goes a pipe. There could also be the passive liquid drain, and the rest is then the pipe going down here. Name copied. Name pasted. Aha, that is only done at the beginning of the source code, beginning of the program. Okay, I think we're ready to transport all this stuff. Right, there's lots more pipe volume now. And I said 40 megapascals, so that's a lot more gas then. Room pressure has fallen to 100 kilopascals. That's not so unwelcome. So we have 70 liters now instead of 10, so it's 7 times the amount now in the pipe. Seems a bit wasteful, but then again we won't have that constant clickety-click back and forth because there's more elasticity in this thing now. Or what am I saying? It's still just a hard threshold of 40 megapascals. I could soften that to make it a between 30 and 40 thing in the source code. Maybe I should. So the source is not yet evolved to its final destination. Now let's paint everything. Since the cooling uses nitrogen, I think black is a nice color for the cooling too. Nice. Getting better. Yeah, need to burn some coal and paint it from the outside and then think about, yeah, then first clean up a bit. I can make some lockers while I'm at it. Do we have iron? No, we do not. How many lockers would this make? 6 times 5 is 30. Yeah, that's exactly good. Oxygen is good, battery is good. I am an astronaut. And right in front of my door is a... That's not good this way. It's unsafe. There's 3 and then the other stick. Oh, I forgot this. I have the weather station, I just didn't install it yet. I should do that too. Oh, they haven't yet fixed the bug? Which bug? Well, it's not loud enough. And I brought this up and one of the devs responded with what probably the cause is. Listen. It seems very quiet, doesn't it? The sound source is in the floor, or directly down there, and that's the problem. That's why we can't hear this. Maybe I should post a reminder screenshot. Okay. No, no one would put it like this. This looks manageable. Can see the indoors. We can see the indoors. What if I put this here? Yeah, still works. Bit dubitable to have this guy in here. The fuel tank right here. But then again, volatiles. Compost. That's a reminder. So what would I put here? The building materials. Here we have the foodstuffs. Building material. Resources. I think the resources should stay here because here we have the ingots and all of that. Maybe I can put another locker, for example, here. I mean, this is where all the ingots are dropped. I could put them in this locker right here, if there were one. Or one locker here for the ingots. And one here for the raw resources. Or is there a better place? Well, not here. Not here. But good a place as any. What? Oh, come on, the cable is in the way? Oh, when will they finally fix this? Because to me that's broken, that this bottom of the thing isn't allowed to intersect with cables. That's just obnoxious. It doesn't help anyone. I will take a short break. And we continue. So, where was I? I mean, for you it's the same mind moment, because you only spent a second or two, maybe, in this pause. I, though, spent like 15 minutes, so where were we? I also posted this, the bug report for this, for the sound. What do we put there? Yeah.
Hydration critical.
Right, I wanted to, place some lockers. This one, for example. Right, because of the cable. That's really annoying. Okay. I mean, it's... What can the devs do, you know? They want to make this game perfect. They want to make it awesome and great and wonderful. There's no question about that. But someone has to do that. And they have limited resources. Main resource being time. Time is money. There's a connection. And there's a connection. Okay. Well, if this were the locker for this stuff here, that would work, because this stuff here, when do I access that? Rarely. Well, then it's fine for me to just, like, stand right here and maybe even use the flashlight, even though I'm in this... yeah. But it's quasi-okay placement. And now here we can place the locker for ingots. Oh, there's a cable here. Ah, crap, the cables, yes, of course. God damn it. It would also be slightly in the way of the door, huh? Man, the place is rather cramped, isn't it? I wonder if I should expand the station a little bit by a box here. But it's nice that we have this kind of maintenance corridor between the buildings. I would like to keep it this way. Doesn't mean we can't expand. I mean, we could expand, for example, here in one box, you know. And in that box then could we place two lockers? Let's use this example. Not quite. One locker, yes, but not two. Like around the corner. Anyway, so decision has been made. These guys go over here. The placement is really weird. colors are still discernible, even without without a light here. That's nice. Funny enough, it being black right now makes it feel as if it's not so much in the way. It's really annoying that the placement is like this. I mean, you could throw a furnace through this opening here, but if I push it one slot back, then the glass will be inside. Will it be? Wait a second. The glass is placed on the outside. Is the glass then still inside the locker? I want to find out. If we look at this, oh no, it's an inside wall. This doesn't count. But okay, let's take this locker and do the experiment. I'm 99% sure that the answer, sadly, is still yes. Okay, it doesn't really count. But it looks like it.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, I like this. Okay, this is the placement that it has, and this is the placement it would have. And we can see this backside has this gap between the content and the box. And this backside is, yeah, I mean, pretty sure that's still, Did I place this wall wrong? Or did I just not paint it? I mean, no, this is, oh yeah, of course, this is an outside wall. What am I doing? I can just take a look like this. Same for this one. It's an outside wall. Let's demonstrate. Yeah, this is the hover box. So yeah, that would definitely still be inside the locker. Fuck. That is really annoying. Understandable that they had to make a choice, and now that's the problem we have. But couldn't the locker possibly be pushed a little bit backwards? Its placement, you know? I think so. Didn't I have an extra locker? Yes, I did. Why did I remove this one? There's one right here, goddammit. But there's no good place for me to put it. Here? No. Here we already have this one for whatever electronics reasons. Here I want to have an airlock, and here... well, there could be one there, but that's weird. Yeah, there's still some pure oxygen here. Temperature 24 degrees. Weather station. Maybe I should put that up because it's kind of time for it. And yeah. At some point there will be a storm. What's this? A battery. Huh. 1, 2, 3. I know I made 4. There's the 4th one. So this is the main station. It's just wind powered, and that will blow endlessly on this world, and so it's very low tech, just plop the thing down and done. And it's good that the base station, I mean the main base, basically the base is independent and low-tech like that. But the rest I should go for solar power, by the way. And this reminds me, what room should be next to this one? The solar power room, of course. Oh yes, it would be good if this thing were here, because then I could see from the indoors, through the ceiling, what its state is without needing the electronics. But there is something in the way. Cable corner. Funny enough, what I can do now, safe, is I can break out this wall and take a look. And I think this one was unnecessary. It is going around there, right? Could go in the other direction. Oh well. Should I spray paint these guys? Batteries are black. I'm gonna spray paint them red for now. Yeah, that looks better. This cable needs to go away. Too bad I can't see the cables without the special glasses. So I have to measure. Here we have a cable that goes along the ceiling. Aha, we can see that with the yellow pluses. Here's a green one because there's no connector on that side, but here we have something that connects the cable. Hey, wait a second. I think I just discovered something. No, not actually. See, when I go here, then we see the bounding box says there is a cable with this form here, yes. And here, we do not see the exact form. And I think that could be a cool feature to have. That as soon as you can touch the cable, that the bounding box would somehow, well, that would be an overlay. That you can see what cable is in that ceiling, instead of, you know, so that you don't have to open it. Screenshot it. But the suggestions channel is pretty much useless. People are coming together, having an opinion, but I have never had the impression as if the devs do actually read it. Yeah, that's already the right rotation, so we can see the light from below. Like this? Well, I would say. Oh, what does this need? Plastic sheets, uh-huh. And what else? That's all. Should I colorize this while I'm at it? I make this thing black. Nice station. Well, we can just keep it orange. Fitting. I should be able to see and access the cable ports from inside, I believe. Power connection, data connection. What is the best way to go about this cabling? I mean, one side is easy. Oh, I can cut that right this, like this. The other one, I will take the long route. Okay, weather station connected, but not yet switched on. I don't have to go out there to do that, we can use logic. It's currently showing green, I just don't know if that makes sense as long as the station hasn't been switched on, so switch it on then. MISC code, import, I think that can be renamed now, and that is Station 0 control. What just happened? Because I renamed it, whenever it can, it changes the sort order here, and always in a way that isn't the way. If that is indeed so, the probability that the sort order there will always be a problem to you, This suggests there's a pattern that could be inverted. Anyway.
Here comes the sun. Sinfera on Soma FM.
All right. Weather station. I will only have one of these, so no need to name it. First of all, write to any and all weather stations. Do I have something above here? No. Let's first turn the dude on. Here we go. Currently no storm. Maybe I should have a speaker here that tells me that a storm is coming, a speaker that is turn-offable. Let's make a speaker. And call him Mr. Speaker. Gold copper. Yeah, well, there's a mod that allows you to place any stuff anywhere, and in some regards, yeah, I would like that just to be possible. Sometimes that would be a bit too much. Yeah, I could use this wall for some displays, which I could then see from here, kinda. Controlled here from the logic room, and this speaker that doesn't have to be visible from everywhere. Power and the data connection. I could hide the cable, that's also possible. Maybe that's better. No! This guy should get a name, because maybe I will have multiple. Could also have a switch here. Really time to program this stacker logic stuff. But also had to deal with the power problem. Yep, that is not in the way. It still expresses. Good. I need cables. Do I really not have more stuff that I could... I think we have some copper, right? Yes, we do. We actually have plenty of copper. What about iron? That would be... no, it would be in the steel smelty thing, which is this, I believe.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, but the steel smelty thing is for steel. Still, I don't have much of it left. I think we can already start printing cables, Yep. Later I will need more heavy cables. Here we have... well, that's enough for now. Okay, so let's give this guy a name. I think we already did that. Speaker weather. Oh, this is live speaker. Again. It's really as if they're trying to fuck with you. That's the weather station, then we have the speaker. Right. I should first test the speaker, I think. So that I know how to control it. So, write batch named into the speaker. The mode describes which sound it is supposed to play. Storm incoming would be 18. I think there's even a constant for this. Ah, here we go. Can I copy this by clicking? No? No. Sound, storm incoming. Yeah, that should work. And well, just turning it on might not be the trick. But okay, let's just try that then. Oh, there's an error. Incorrect logic type at line 56. Okay, so there's a bug here. Sad face. What? Still? That's mode, isn't it? What is saying that is mode? And down here we have mode. What are you saying? Write batch named to this thing with this name. The mode shall be 18. Oh, come on. Writing to the lever? That was stupid.
Storm incoming.
Okay, then he placed that only once, which is obviously insufficient. So if we are already in that situation where a storm is incoming, then we can count down some kind of variable for the timing here. And that variable makes sure that the speaker will be turned on and off. So let's just reserve a register for that. Alias speaker toggle. The speaker toggle speaker toggle counter. Oh, let's just call it speaker counter. Is register R13. And I will just do this. Subtract from speaker counter into speaker counter, I mean, it's the other way around, 1. If speaker count is greater than 0, then we jump relative by I don't know how many lines. If though it is 0, then we just say speaker mode. Move R01. Later that will be dynamic. That's something we do down here. So if it is 0, then I will just say the speaker will definitely be off. Because if it's off for one yield, for one game step, that should allow it to, to speak that again and again. Move R0, 0. So that is unconditional, that's definitely right. But anyway, we need to reset the speaker counter, and so I will say move to speaker counter 4, which might be a bit high. And we have to jump by 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. This should now repeatedly speak. It doesn't. What the fuck? So turn the speaker on and off is not the answer, it appears. Or maybe I programmed it wrong, that's possible. Right, of course. Haha, I didn't write that register here. Try again.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Yeah.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Let's see if a bit slower would be better.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
That is better because
Storm incoming.
then I might hear other sounds
Storm
also.
incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Now let's use the lever.
Storm incoming.
If that lever is open, which is it currently isn't, then this speaker should just shut the fuck up.
Storm incoming.
So it's a very similar scenario. Load batch named into R0. Wait, what? R0? Move R01. Speaker shall be on because storm is incoming.
Storm incoming.
Yeah, okay. Into R1 we load from the lever.
Incoming.
Open sum. I believe open is the term.
Storm incoming.
If it is equal to 0,
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
then we just jump relative by 2 lines. Else, once again, we say the speaker shall be off.
Incoming.
All the time.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
So whenever the weather station returns from a storm or returns from the storm warning, it should automatically clear as in close the lever, so we don't make ourselves deaf for the next storm.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
So far so good. How are we looking? I'm just thinking, maybe this whole hash stuff that I always do there at the top of the program, maybe I should put that in a subroutine that is called at the top of the program for every individual topic. And then I can have those 2 subroutines, as in the one that initializes and the one that actually does the thing, together, so I can just copy them and paste them into the program. That would be a nice workflow for the future, when I indeed want to, work with pre-made code, finally, after all this time. Sounds like a good idea. Of course, it uses up some lines. That's a downside. I wonder how our DeepMiner situation is doing. Are both centrifuges full by now? No, one of them, the other isn't. The full one, how full is it? It's still processing? Wait, what's happening? Okay, right. So we have is full. Empty to continue processing. Why can I not see how much is in there? Okay, screenshot, because that should definitely still be in the tooltip. For comparison, another centrifuge. From the same angle if possible. I don't understand. Oh, I was looking at the wrong I was looking at the wrong place. So we have 400 grams of iron. Yeah, okay, that's fine then. Close screenshots. 400 grams. Well, nothing speaks against me just doing this now. This is a different circuit, and the logic is like that. Oh, look at this. Screenshot. It cannot empty itself further. So now we're getting some iron, finally. And here's the stacker, set to 500.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Do you hear that interesting sound there? Where he's saying storm incoming, in, you know, as if the pitch had been adjusted.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Yep.
Storm incoming.
And that's the shit that they have on the radio the whole time. I'm not complaining about what Rocketworks did here. I mean, that shit effect, when it's in the music, this is not music, then that doesn't fly, man. Only as an effect, but not as, hey, behold, I can sing. No, you cannot fucking sing. The computer can sing. You can just operate it. You're not a singer, you are an operator. Fuck, man. Hate that. Finally, I'm waking up a little. Though it's pretty late in the day already. I don't know which color to give these guys, but the doors are red as an important, so let's do the same here. And finally, request information from the weather station. So, weather station. Has mode 0, mode 1 and mode 2. If mode is 0, then I want to flip the lever to closed. Not right now, but in principle. Storm incoming, I want the warning. And during that time, I can just flip the lever to whatever I wish, so there's silence. In a storm, maybe also. Mode, I can read the mode. I can also read the next weather event time, which I believe is in seconds as a decimal value. Like, it can be 5.7 seconds or something. Could also display that as a countdown somewhere. Here, for example. If only I had a console. Yeah, this automatism needs to be made, man. Yeah, that's pretty annoying that we cannot place these upside down without the text then also being upside down. So either I place this here so for less cable, or I place this here on the same. Well, it's not even the same height. Okay, let's place it here then. Could I also place this lever horizontally here? Was there space for that? I don't think so. Maybe. Let's try. Copy.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Oh, there's room for that.
Storm incoming.
At least it's visually better.
Storm incoming. 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 Storm incoming.
Right.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
No. Also no, because the singing is usually a copyright issue. You know what? I should place everything a little bit to the left. No, it doesn't really help. Well, there's just no way around it. The only option is fugly placement. Crap. Okay, now we have an LED here. Which is supposed to display the weather. Oh. Wow. I used the labeler so much. No. That's not what happened. I remember that at some point in the playthrough, I had some battery swapping, and I just realized I never swapped it back. Down to 22% with a labeler? Large battery? That might be historic. Oh, filtration. Do we already have an LED here somewhere? No, not yet here. Yeah, of course. LED small. LED small weather. Though, do I care that it is small? Here, I don't. Should I change the color or only the text? I think I should only change the text. But what if I watch from afar where I cannot read it? Let's go with color white for now. Mode and content have to be written later because that depends on the weather situation. Anyway, so with all of that prepared, now we have to check what the weather station is actually doing. So, weather station on. Load batch into R1 maybe. From the any and all weather stations. The mode. If the mode is, what was it? 0 is peace, 1 is incoming, and 2 is storm, right? Yeah, no storm, storm incoming, in storm. We have the select statement, which allows us to put two different values into a thing depending on a logic value. Too bad we don't have any jumping statement that can jump to two different places depending on a logic value. I think that is often desired. Basically an if-else kind of situation. In one statement. All you need is the logic value. That would be cool. Or do we have that? I mean, maybe we have it and just didn't notice. I don't think so. Load patch into R1 mode. first I want to set the LED. The LED shall either show a countdown or it shall show a text. Well, I guess I will just go through all the potential modes, right? That makes the most sense. So branch relative if greater than 0 are 1. And if it is 0, then indeed this happens. We write 1 into that because there's a storm incoming. So we can just prepare that register up here. Default, no storm. Warning. So, but if there is, what am I saying? If that is greater than 0, then I skip this. But if it is 0, then no storm is incoming. God damn it. And if it's greater than 1, then we jump over this line. So if it is 1, then we execute this line, which is a storm is incoming. And then we write the countdown. But it's greater than 0. What do we write to the LED? SBN LED. Okay, let's copy that shit. Mode. What is that I want to write? Mode 10 is text, I believe. But let's look that up. Console. 10 is string. Oh, you can collapse these? When is that ever relevant? For screenshots, maybe. Huh, interesting. Mode string, you say, huh? Display mode string. And which value do I write then? The text that I want to write on no storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, that's too long. No storm. So we jump by 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. If the mode is greater than 0, then we jump by 1, 2, 3. If it's not greater than 0, then it means currently we have no storm. So we set the display mode to string and we say there's no storm. What I also want to do is I want to set the lever to closed. So that's another line. One, 2, 3, 4. Correct. When there's no storm, it shows no storm and flips the lever to 0, so I don't accidentally mute the speaker. So I have to walk to the speaker each time and turn it off if that is annoying to me when a new storm begins. Now, if it's greater than 1, then we have a storm going on. So then we don't have a storm. Then we have a storm going on. But currently we are at 1, so a storm is incoming. So we say the speaker must be told that a storm is incoming. And then we have this whole other speaker stuff here, because why should I execute that otherwise? Speaker counter. I think I should actually have a... Set speaker. If the mode is greater than 1, or not equal to 1, whatever, then I jump straight to set speaker, which will then set on to R0, and R0 by default is 0. Here we are setting R0 to 0, and down here we are utilizing the sense, so the speaker will be turned off. So this also happens while there's a storm ongoing, because I should notice, so that's definitely not wrong then. What about, what if the situation is actually, there's no storm going on? I also need to, well, that's the default value, what am I saying? Don't have to bother with that. Default value is 0. Yeah, so this line can stay exactly like this. I don't even have to make it dynamic or whatever. So here we jump by 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we jump by whatever the fuck. We jump down here. And all of these things are happening. Then here I have to check basically R1 again. But does that make sense? R1 is... Yeah, that does not make sense like this. It doesn't. Because I don't know how I arrived here. I might have arrived by executing all of this, and so 1 would now be poisoned. Maybe I should actually... I mean, it's extensive enough to make a register for that, I think. To reserve it, so to speak. With mode R12. 15, 14, 13, 12. When will I accelerate the mouse wheel a little, man? Just multiply it by 2, everybody will be happy. How long does it take? Well, to locate that source code place, 5 minutes, maybe 10. To enter the line, 10 seconds. Okay. Here we're loading into R1, the mode. Then I'm switching based on the mode. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we're switching again based on the mode. And then it jumps to set speaker. What should happen in mode 2, by the way? In mode 2, yeah, I just want to warn. I want to set the LED. So down here, branch relative if not equal to 2 by unknown amount of lines, set display mode to string. Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so we jump by 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. One thing's still missing here in this big block where we're doing all the speaker stuff. We also want to show the countdown. And I think that should then be done here at the beginning. So here we would set the display mode to default. I believe that's the name. Instead of number. Yeah, here string la 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 default. And we would set the value to, well, I have to load that first, load batch into R, which one is free? I think R1 is free here at this point. From the weather station, time, storm, what was the thing again? Next weather event time. That is what I want to see on the display. And that should be it. I will read it again later, to be sure.
Storm incoming.
What?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
That's...
Storm
What?
incoming. Storm 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 incoming.
The behavior is so fucked up that I assume I just confused the register somewhere. Okay, let's start at the top. I know that my weather station, where is it? Where's all that stuff here? I know that this is correct because we turned the weather station on. I know that this is correct because the speaker is speaking. I know that this is correct because the lever is leaving. The LED is also doing some random stuff. So, yeah. Why is it blinking?
Storm incoming.
Anyway.
Storm incoming. Storm.
Yeah, it's executing too much stuff. The state machine that is in here, is that a state machine? I think so. Is not correct. So R0 is the onness of the speaker. So I prepare speaker shall be off. Then we set the color of the LED to white and turn the LED on. Then we turn the weather station on. Then we load the weather station mode, which is hopefully the correct approach, I guess. Then, if the weather mode is greater than 0, we jump by 4 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4. What else happens if weather mode is greater than 1? Then we jump to set speaker, which is down here. And here we're checking if the weather mode is not equal to 2. Oh, that wasn't wrong. That wasn't right, because this means the weather mode can be. Wait, no, that was right actually. If the weather mode is not equal to 2, then I want to skip over these lines. 1, 2, 3. That's correct. So let's see where the logic error is up here. Here it says display mode to swing. It says no storm. For whatever reason that doesn't kick in. I mean, I see the LED being empty sometimes. How can that happen? And the lever is being closed. That is something that's happening, and it makes sense because currently there's no storm incoming. So then here we have to check if the weather mode is. Oh. I'm using greater than. Maybe I should use not equal. I think that's the problem. Not equal to 0. Not equal. That is probably the mistake. Ah, that was a mistake, I guess. Yeah, can't do that. Because there's currently no storm. And when the storm is incoming, then, well, let's just simulate that. I can just pretend. Move with mode 1.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Of course, the value is now invalid.
Storm incoming.
Shut up.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
What's happening?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Move with mode 1.
Storm incoming.
When does it clear the lever?
Incoming.
Here.
Incoming. Storm.
When does it do that?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
That doesn't make sense, man.
Storm incoming.
Let's remove that. Is there another line that does that?
Storm incoming.
No. Yeah, but this line is being jumped over. What the fuck is happening? What?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
That's not right,
Storm
man.
incoming. Storm incoming.
I don't understand what's happening. I know the behavior changed when I exported, because the ridiculousness was over. But the lever was not turn-offable. And now I have not changed anything with the source code.
Hydration
Storm.
critical.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
How can this be?
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Could it have to do with the countdown of the speaker? Because that's the only dynamic component in this whole thing.
Storm.
Branch relative greater than 0. 1, 2, 3.
Storm.
No.
Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Okay, let's simulate that.
Incoming.
I go to mode 0,
Incoming.
as in
Storm.
we
Incoming.
remove this.
Storm. Incoming.
Aha, now the lever has been closed automatically. That's very interesting because when I tried to open it a minute ago, I could click like crazy. It would never open except in one case. I remember that. I was wondering why that was the case. Was I clicking in that exact right moment? That's possible. Anyway, and then I went here and simulated the storm incoming. And then things went crazy.
Storm. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming.
Okay, weather mode 2. Huh. I don't know what happened. It's just a mystery. I think that didn't work. Uh-huh. Okay, so now we have a storm warning system, at least indoors here. Though it should be audible outside since we have atmosphere. Once again, something that speaks for Mars being a better starter world than the Moon. I mean, until yesterday I was convinced that the Moon would be better, at least a little bit. But since I made a video about that yesterday, a short news video, since the developers just swapped the Moon and Mars world, I mean the first one they suggest now is Mars, the next one is Moon, afterwards is Mimas, which is very similar, at least visually. Yeah, made a little video about that and expressed also that I was wondering why, because isn't the Moon the easier world? And there were lots of comments, some of them confirming what I said, some of them giving arguments in the opposite direction, and by now I think I'm actually convinced that Mars is better. One of the main reasons also being, acoustics. You can hear if the furnace is about to explode, if a pipe has exploded or is creaking. Or, well, if there's a speaker. Power. Okay, not good. I should check the smelting activities out there. Yeah, let's drink something. $19 potatoes. And they're all ready. I could just, you know, produce tons of potatoes again. Okay. Still? Oh, right, I need to... that's the thing. I need to program the arc furnace here. Let's deal with the logic of this manufacturing system a bit, because it's getting a bit obnoxious. And we are 300 iron here, okay, so it's time. And this one needs to be turned on, else it will not take anything in. Oh, and I would like to have some iron, by the way, right now, so give it to me. Already smelted. There. By the way, does the arc furnace have a name yet? I don't think so. I didn't yet deal with all of that stuff. So let's name things then. Oh, the airlock is really nicely fast now. And while we're at it, so... How big is this? 50. Wait, what comes out there is always a stack of 50? Yeah, of course, because there's only one type of stuff in here, and so it has no reason not to lump that together. Maybe that's what this is. That's nice. Can we have solo regions only, but, you know, like 1 meter next to it is the next one? Okay. Let's give it some name like this. DM for deep mine. Arc. The arc furnace for the deep miner thing. This one is not needed to be named, but who cares? DM stacker. DM sent 1 and DM sent 2. And that is DM 1, just the deep miner itself. Any more devices involved? No. Have I connected the logic yet? I have not. The cable is only prepared and it goes to this place. It has not been guided anywhere. So, well, the first thing I want to do indoors is I wanted to connect the housing, because this time we need to indeed place a housing that has 2 connectors instead of 1. Redonkulous as it is. And I didn't remember where the logic was. Well, that's pretty much ideal. The bottom. Station 0 control, DM control. Is the deep miner control. And now we need some cable. That would be actually a lot of cable. I think it makes sense to spray the entire stack. I will lay that with a distance, because if I lay that in the wall, that's not wise at all. Hey, by the way. Well, I would like to place more lights, but currently I have an energy problem and lights are the easiest thing to not use in such a situation. Oh, I forgot there should be an airlock here. Damn, that doesn't fly then. Well, I have to can lie that through the room. Huh. Well, I want to make an airlock here, period. No discussion. It has to go across the room then. I will be so free as to... No, let's not... That would be the first time that I basically do this in this 20-ish hours long playthrough, or however long it may be by now. Let's not start. Yeah, I know I did that earlier with the lander and so forth, but there was an exception. I had to somehow measure what's going on in there. And by the way, I could see the passive vent through the wall, but the tablet did not take, so is that really a cheat then? Yeah, it would make the most sense to just pipe it straight through this room. Maybe there will be more such cables laid like this. I wonder why I still have one left. Oh, I know, I see.
Oxygen low.
That could be enough cables what I have on me. 31. That could be enough. Hello. Time to program the facility. I could detect somehow whether the deep miner is backed up. For that I would have to take a detour here to have the respective devices, for example a stacker. A stacker can be used for that. I did this in the still pending New Terrain Moon playthrough. Yeah. I mean, step one is the fucking arc furnace. Let's do that then. Hello, what's happening? Oh, I have no access to this ship now. Oh, it's wild. Huh. How to tackle this? I could place another computer, for example, that has access to this. That's one brutal solution. I could also use a logic transmitter. Not logic transmitter, what is it called? I think this list is incomplete. So here we have the logic writer. It's part of the kit logic. Kit logic has logic mirror, that's the one. Logic mirror. And I'm pretty sure I didn't see that here when I looked for logic. I guess the search thing has some limit and it says no more results because I would overburden the graphics processing or whatever. So I could use this to mirror the logic, to mirror the thing. So I would need a logic mirror now. Yeah. Kit logic, I hope. So, logic mirror. It needs power. Maybe I should place it here. Huh? I mean, it seems a bit wasteful. I wanted to have the chip full of, well, the wall full of chips, but guess that's not feasible then. DM control is now mirrored by this. Excuse me? Ooh, Okay, so this allows the logic chips to see the device if necessary, and this also allows the computer to see the device being this here. But it doesn't allow the logic motherboard. And I think that could be considered a bug. I would report this. But before, I will hang the DJ. Okay. Need to take a short break here. And on we go. And since I just reloaded my save game, and yes, I also set the orbital speed, I can now say with certainty the player rotation is not restored, because I was looking in this direction when I saved, not in this one. So I reported that bug, and that's all I can do. So the logic mirror doesn't help here. I wonder, should I use a laptop, or should I mean, if I use a laptop, I can as well place the chip out there, though that's unrealistic. I mean, computing stuff should be protected from the code. By the way, the devs have at some point announced that that would become a thing. Chips that can use fewer lines, or maybe some commands that they cannot use chips with more lines. They need to be protected from heat and cold, and maybe a server rack where you can place things. Wait, actually, no, that I'm not sure if that was just a suggestion by a user, the latter one. Anyway, that may come at some point. It's like with the suit. Now we have the harm suit all of a sudden. That one has been laying around for about a year, if not longer. So these chip things, they might also drop at any time. Not that I'm suggesting that they will soon. Anyway, so I could use the laptop, or I could place another computer for that network, which does seem like overkill, doesn't it? Tricky. Also, I mean, this computer there, it would have to be responsible for its own turn on and off offness, because it cannot be reached by this one, who could do that for the other. But then in turn, how would it know that it can turn on and off? Based upon this thing, it cannot reach that. Then we need a logic mirror for that, and so forth. So it sounds as if the circumstances are fucked up, and the best way to go about it is to use a laptop, which I hate. But okay, that's what it is then. Hey, it's a bit warm in here, isn't it? Gold and electron. Maybe I need to make some more electrum again, huh? Nope, not currently. $27 degrees. Could also automate the cooling solution, huh? We will need a battery for the laptop. Maybe a small one will do, because I believe the laptop doesn't consume any power. Which is of course stupid. It should consume power. Or does it consume power now? I think there was a bug like that. Maybe it has been fixed. Ouch. Oh yes, and the logic editor motherboard. IC editor. Oh, now I have two? Finally, I know what to put into this locker. Oh, that doesn't work, man. Oh, this works, okay. Yeah, sure. Oh. No, everything's fine. I thought I just crashed the game or something. Because I've never used it like this, just in my hand, and it's very cool that we can do this now. This is new, man. This is new with the terrain update, where we can use the laptop this computer screens directly with the mouse pointer, and this now makes it possible to use a laptop like this without putting it down. That is new, and I fucking appreciate it. As indicated by the term fuck in the previous sentence. Yield. Start. Define. Arc. Hash. I didn't say turn the music off. Arc furnace. Define arc deep miner hash deep miner arc. Is that how I called it? Probably lowercase, huh? In that case. So load batch named into R0 from any and all arc furnaces except, I mean the ones with this name. Slot 0 occupied some. Then we write batch named into this arc furnace that it shall be on, respectively, and we also want to activate it. Let's see if that works. Very cool, very cool. Ah, come on. That's missing. Battery's still at 100%, huh? Arc furnace is running, so I guess it worked. DM_arc, yeah. So this one can then be closed again. and then it's immediately taking some stuff in. And this one is running a bit superfluously because 2 centrifuges are not enough to swallow everything that a deep miner has to give. I really don't understand the concept of their or maybe of Unity's, I don't know whose fault it is, temporal anti-aliasing implementation. There's this thing in the background which is rotating, okay, but why is the foreground being affected by this? See also here. Here we can see this. $300 grams. Alright, now the centrifuges. Centrifuge logic is pretty simple. I could write this here, but it's cold. I want to go inside. Why am I still carrying this stuff? Oh. Ah, the laptop is consuming power. Cool, okay. Because, oh no, what am I saying? 99%, that's because I was outside. I mean, the thing is still running, so I assume that's not the power consumption, but the cold did this, I think. Well, to be sure, let's recharge it. Because I want to make a bug report about this. Now for the centrifuge. Define cent hash structure centrifuge, I believe. Define cent... oh. 1 hash dm cent 1. Cent 2. Move into R0, cent 1. JAL, deal with centrifuge. And then again for the other one. So, what is it that we want to do? I want to find out whether this thing is open and whether it's erroneous. So what are the states? What are the states? If the centrifuge is erroneous, then I would want to open it. But if it's already open, then... then I want to close it. But it might be erroneous then still. I need to wait until it's empty. So I think the first thing to do is branch. If it is open, wait until it is empty and close it. If it is closed, wait until it is erroneous, then open it. Yeah, that's what it is. So open is the first priority. Load batch named into R1, because R0 is a reserved register. From cent R0, whether it is open. Branch greater than 0, R1, cent is open. So if the centrifuge is open, then we want to know, is it empty? So I will load... what was it again? The reagents. Or logic slots. No, the reagents. Load into R1 the reagents. If the reagents are greater than 0, then I want to return to RA, because then we just have to keep waiting. If the reagents, which are here, are greater than 0, then we jump back to RA, else we tell the centrifuge, close motherfucker. Write batch name, centrifuge R0, closed. Open 0. If the centrifuge is not open, then we want to know, is the centrifuge erroneous? If the value in R1 is equal to 0, so it is not erroneous, then we want to jump back to RA, else we want to open the centrifuge. That's the centrifuge code. Pretty sure that's it. See what the centrifuges are doing. I mean, not that I can see that immediately, but maybe they're crazy now. So, that would tell me something. 100%. Okay. Running. So, I will now cause this thing to be erroneous. Is open. Now it's open. The source code should now say, hey, this thing is open. Let's wait until it is empty. Which might take a while. And once it's empty, it should close that. Question is... Actually, I should do this with this one. It should do it with that one. Because the other one is almost at 400. This one has 9 grams. And this one is almost at 400, where it would then hopefully open automatically. So now it will wait until it is empty. And then it will auto-close and start up again. Good. Question is, will it auto-open when it is erroneous? That is all. How far are we? 350 grams, and here we have nothing yet. Oh, okay, that will take a while until it's full. Until it's done. Alrighty, that is the automatism of the arc furnace and of the 2 centrifuges, if that was correct. Now this one should turn off when there is no reason for it to be on, but that's not the next step, because for that I need to build a little. Batteries are pretty empty again, aka ugly empty. What could be done about that? Well, the power center, but I'm not going to do that now. It's too late in the day. I will abort this now. But is there some last steps that I could do before I shut this down, which would then not be necessary next time? Let's see. So the laptop was at 100% when I left the station. Now it's at 99%, so the cold reaches into the suit and reaches into the laptop. But if I am in a warm environment like here, the volatiles will not smelt. They will not melt. So that is inconsistent. I complained about that already. But what can you do? I will just leave this thing on. Is this on like this right now? Now it's on. Now it's saying off. So in other words, it is on. And now it is off. Huh. Okay. Now it counts as off. Aha, so putting that in my pocket automatically closes it. And close and off and open and on seem to be synonymous. Or like it kinda is with laptops. Laptop is on. Oh, yeah. Left mouse button on. Pick up. The laptop is on.
Air tank critical.
Well, lots of things still to do, huh? Glorious fucking game.
Oxygen low.
Oh.
Oxygen critical. Temperature low.
Temperature low. Oh! -7 degrees. I cooled down the station way too much, so we need to heat it up. Emergency measure. What is the best way to make this happen right the fuck now? This is one thing that we want to still take with, right? I could print a furnace and build it in here and so forth, but then I would have to empty it. I could also, since we have this here already, create extreme heat in there, but this will then go also to the outside. I mean, the plants are dying, basically. And I don't want that. I mean, okay, they are already basically done, but that's not the way to go about it. I need to heat up the station. And I didn't even notice it. Because there was some computer voice at some point, but that's not enough, man. How can I create a lot of heat in here right now? I can set this on fire, but then we will have too much heat, and we'll also have pollutant. But that is actually feasible. I could set one of these on fire. I think that's... yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. And where is the... there it is. And look at that, 20 degrees. Ha 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 ha. Where is my tablet? $18 degrees, still, well, some pollutant in here, but not too much. So that seems to have been the right move. Haha. Instant help. Just let's set some volatiles on fire. Just set the air on fire, it'll fix that. Nice. Almost too easy. I wanted to engineer stuff now, but okay. Not complaining. Not really. And with that fiery explosion, I say goodbye for today.